Hello everyone, welcome to Rob's Gaming Table. I'm Mel, and today on the table I'm going to be painting the Descent Legends of the Dark Betrayer's War minis. Thank you so much to everybody that watched the painting series. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I can give you a quick little recap of what we did. So if you didn't watch that one, I can show you the minis that we painted. We are in the process of painting one of the kind of where we are with that. I'll show you the image that we're using as inspiration. Again, I want to thank Dustin for helping by posting the images because for this game, the images come from the app and we haven't played it yet. So I didn't really have anything to go on. So thank you, Dustin, for posting those for me so that I inspiration for all of the enemy types and what they look like, as I like to paint them based on the image so that when you guys are watching, because we will be playing through this live on the channel, so when you guys are watching that, you guys will be able to know which. If I just kind of took creative liberty, it might get a little bit confusing also for us. So super excited to continue painting through this. Hoping that being able to do this on a Saturday morning for me, it's 11 a.m. on a Saturday. Hopefully that lets people that are watching in different time zones be able to tune in live that couldn't necessarily tune in when I'm painting after work on the during the week. Minion, hello, hello. So super excited to take this afternoon and paint with you guys, or just kind of hang out if you guys are not painting. But hopefully everybody's having a great weekend so far. Saturday, so starting to get cold outside, so nice way to spend the day. In and out. Is it just me, or is the audio occasionally cutting out? Okay, give me one quick second and then we'll check on that for you. 1 second. Okay, so I am back. I'm not sure if you're still having audio issues on your end. I checked with Rob. He said he's not having anything on his end. So if it is still persisting, please let me know. But yes, so maybe while we wait for that, I will show you guys the minis that we painted in the last episode. So these enemies we were able to get fully done, which is great. There's 2 little lizards. We used Army Painter speed paints. So we got both of these guys done. And then we started these enemies. There's 4 in this set. I have all 4 at the same place. We need to do some flesh. We need to do, there's some bone around. We need to do the quiver, the rest of the bow and arrow. And then the one thing that I did miss in the last stream was on the arms. So I will fix that in today's stream. We'll do the bases, and then we'll keep working through all of the rest of the enemies. I'm not sure how far we'll get, but we'll see. So I think the first thing that I want to do is I do want to fix that flesh, or sorry, the wrapping around the arms that I missed. So we'll start with that. And I will try to find the color that I used last time. So for that, we will use Slaughter Red. A lot, because it looks like it's only around 1 arm, but we'll look and see closer when I put under this. Oh, there might be a little bit behind the snake. Okay. So I am going to use this 2 brush, 2/0, or 0.2, I think. And we'll just start cleaning up that we missed. Minion and Robert, let me know if you're still having audio issues. I assume not if you're not saying that anymore. After I fix this up, I'm going to go back with the white primer and just fix anywhere that I've accidentally dabbed the red on what I want to be flesh. Yeah, it looks like there's a little bit under the snake as well. Oh, the sound controls could mute me at some points when I talk too quietly. Oh, okay, okay, sorry. So yeah, it may have been me. Sometimes I do talk quiet, so I apologize. I'll try to talk. Okay, so we did a little bit under the arm on that side with the snake and on this side. So we'll just quickly fix those because I missed those in the last stream. It's like hard at one point here to underneath the bow and the arrow here. Oh, I need to turn this on. Janet, thank you so much. Rob's Gaming Table memberships to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. To turn my little speaker on so I can hear that. Thank you, Janet. Thank you. Yes, more painting with Mel. Yes, yes. We have the whole box to paint, so won't be the last one. Hopefully we can get through some of the enemies. I think I counted there's like 3 more like enemy types. So I'm not sure how long that will take to get through them all, but we're going to paint them all live. Janet, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate your support, Janet, and anybody. We were talking about it last stream, but we kind of put this together with some old equipment, so we're going to upgrade as we go. So thank you so much. Oh, do you want me to move the mic up? Okay.
Maybe a little bit. It's going to change one.
No worries. Okay, we'll see if that's not fixing it. I can move the mic up closer. Okay. So how's everybody's weekend going so far? Is anybody doing anything fun and exciting, playing any games, painting any minis, doing anything fun? Starting to get cold. Perfect time to stay inside, paint minis, play board games, not have to go outside. I know that's not the case for everybody. Some people live in places where it doesn't really get too cold. Robert, thank you so much for the super chat. $25 for Mel's hard work and awesome work. Thank you so much. I still can't hear that, but turn that up a little bit louder. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, Michael's heading out to get overstuffed on seafood, then back home to glue up minis. Awesome. Enjoy that. Robert, thank you so much. Okay, and then just one more. Since I have this paint, which is the same paint that I used for the rest of the red, I can easily also use it now to kind of fix any little spots that are missed. Doing a little bit of touch up. No Rob to be a pain in the neck. I think he's a pain in the neck. I mean, these streams still possible without Rob. I don't know how to do this by myself. He helps set everything all up. Larry, thank you so much. I'll have to catch up later, but thanks for sharing your time with us. Thank you. Thank you for watching. I would have to be painting this anyway, so it definitely is more fun to be able to do that, to stream live and chit chat and just not have to do this by myself. So I appreciate you guys watching. Thank you. Now that I have this area set up, it's easy to just the night before or the morning of kind of say, oh, I'm going to paint today. I can paint with you guys. Okay. So what I'm going to do next is just fix up any mistakes that I have made on these guys. So I'm just going to white paint. And I'm just going to use matte, same color that we primed our minis in. And this I can use to cover up any accidental accidental touches of the, or clean up any edges even. Oh, I have a little clog. I just have a little pin that helps if I have any clogs. Don't think I actually have too much to clean up on this one, just a little bit on the bow and arrow area. Robert, 1 month. Thank you for supporting the channel for 1 month. Oh wow, a month already. It goes by fast, eh? Robert. Yeah, time flies. It's crazy. Okay, so I think that one is pretty cleaned up. Take a peek at this one. Like even this one, I accidentally touched the face with the black there. You can see on the cheekbone. So I can just clean up those kind of little accidents. Okay, that one's good to go as well. So I have some red on the knees. So when I guess I was a little bit more wild everywhere. Oh, and I completely see here that I've missed part of the hair, so I'm going to fix that.
Like move the mic, like it's really like drooping. Just to be right back.
Yep. I'm just going to be right back. I'm just going to fix the mic. 1 second. Okay, we're back. We tried some audio things to see if that helps with the cutting out that was happening. So let me know if it's still not working. I also was able to figure out my speakers so I can hear. Okay, sorry. So let's go back to what we were doing here. Oh, but Robert has a question, how long to dry when done? I find that in where I'm working in, it dries pretty fast, but depending on what the speed paints I feel like dry, give or take a few, where I'm painting, again, it'll depend on many factors in your place, but the regular paint, maybe like 10 minutes, and depending on what you're going to do with it. Like if you're going to dry brush over, go wash over it, I would give it a little bit longer to dry because you really want to make sure it's dry. You don't want, and two, the other thing, if you're not putting paint in like crevices, it's going to take longer to dry in a crevice. I'm only like dotting the paint on, so like 10 minutes and it'll be dry. I can go over it with the color that I'm going over. But if I'm doing like a whole section and there's crevices, it's going to take a lot longer to dry in those crevices, and you don't want to streak that paint through if it's not dry. So depending on what you're doing with it, but when I'm doing this, like just like little cleanup, like 10 minutes. And the good thing is, because I'm doing an assembly line, I have two that are already done. So they're already drying while I'm working on these other two. And then by the time I get back to that first one, those other two should be dry. So that's why I also like working kind of style. I feel like it also saves a lot of paint. I'm also not putting a ton. I'm kind of like just dabbing, kind of cover any mistakes. The other thing you can do is like work in sections. So because I'm putting this mainly on the flesh, I could then go and start working on the bow or working on the base where I'm not really touching up, giving that paint an additional few minutes to dry before going over it. The other thing, I have a fan too. So if I'm just painting one mini, like if I was just doing one character, for example, and I was really spending some time on it, I have a fan that I can put it under to help dry the paint faster. Okay, this one's good. I'm just going to fix up a few little touches I see with the red, and then I'm going to grab that black and fix up the hair where I completely missed. Whoa. Dropping my paintbrush. Okay, so for the hair, I used Grim Black. So I'm just going to take just a tiny bit just for that hair that I missed. And just fix that up as well. Okay. Set that off to the side. Oh, and Janet, if you're still here, I saw the, I don't know what you call them, like, they're not pop sockets, the, those little popper things that you had sent. I don't even know what those are called. I saw the ones that you sent in the Discord. I still have to order some, but I am going to try. So in the last stream, we were talking about the different things that people use as palettes, and people were saying those little pop fidget popper things they use. Then you can let the paint dry, you pop it out, and the paint just comes right out, which is great. I find that with the speed paints, that cleans up really nice. Like you let that harden. You can just like kind of like swipe it out with your finger after it's wet. So yeah, let it harden. Then I run the water under it, and then I can just pop it out. Or if it is obviously still wet, you can just rinse it. But it's the actual physical paints, not the I find are a little bit harder to clean up. You have to like use your nail and pick at it. But yeah, I'm gonna order a few of those off of Amazon and try those out. Maybe people were like a Ziploc baggie with a piece of cardboard inside. Someone mentioned they use bathroom tile. Neat. Oh yeah, Jan says, yes, I like them. So many more selections than the white Amazon palette circles. Yeah. Still use the regular palette for regular acrylic paints. Oh, so do you just use them for speed paints only, or um, just everything except for acrylic paint? You know what I like about them is right? So if you're just painting a mini that maybe only has 2 colors, you can get just a small one on your paint space. And I know some people probably have like limited area that they're painting in. So I think those are helpful. I don't mind these palettes. You get a whole bunch of them for cheap. Oh, use a fidget pop only for speed paints. Okay. Now, do you find that that is because with the acrylic paints, it doesn't pop out as nicely, or it stains them, or is there why you only use it for speed paints? All right, I think, oh, just a little bit more on this one, and then we're good with this, and then we can start moving on. Okay, and then we can start moving on to, so we're gonna grab this one. We're gonna move on to the flesh. So in the base game, they had minis that are very similar, just a different stance, I think. So we're kind of mimicking that because these guys I feel like look very similar. So we're going to go with a very similar flesh tone. I think with this one I use a little bit of a lighter hair, but that's fine. So I'm going to kind of mimic this color in the flesh. Let's see. However, now I have a few additional paints. I'm just looking at this one I already got. Okay. Okay, so Janice says using the wet palette for regular acrylic paints keeps the paint from drying out too fast. That is true. I do like using a wet palette for any acrylic paints as well because I can cover it and reuse that on the next model. Or if I'm mixing colors, it's definitely helpful to be able to have that kind of set aside if I need to touch anything up later. So these are my options, we can do a pallid bone, might be a little bit too light. The Crusader Skin or the Sand Golem. I think I might go with the Sand Golem. This might be a little bit different than the color that I showed you, but I want to try this one out. I like this one. This is a, yeah, let's try this one, I think. Oh, I think actually I have, no, let's try this one. I'll put it just on a small spot and I'll see if it's kind of like what I'm thinking. I guess the one hard part too of using multiple palettes is like flipping back and forth of having your wet palette for your acrylic paints, mixed colors, all of that, and then having kind of like your other little area that has your speed paint, because I use them kind of at the same time. But if you're doing like all your speed, put that to the side, then get your wet palette and then do all your acrylic paints. All right, let's try this and see if this is kind of, I think it might be okay. I'm just going to put on this hand first. We'll see if it looks too yellow, which it may. Might be too yellow for what I'm thinking. Yeah. Not feeling that, so I'm just going to kind of use some water to clean that off. I think maybe we try the pallid bone color instead. Not all off perfectly, but that's fine. Just going to throw a little bit of white on this hand. Oops. All right. I'm going to grab a different one. I'm going to let that dry for a minute. We're going to go with the pallid bone. I feel like this is too yellow, and that's not really what I'm going for. So we'll go with this one. I forgot actually, let me show you the image that I'm kind of using as inspiration as well. So it's more of like the skeleton bone kind of look. So I think this pallid bone actually might be better. The Sand Golem color was definitely too yellow for what I'm trying to go for. So this is kind of the image that I am using as inspiration and trying to follow this kind of color scheme on what I'm doing here. So we'll use this pallid bone instead. Yeah, I think that's better. I think that's better. Again, they're not going to be exact color replicas, but I mean, if I just kind of get the idea and the vibe, so you guys watching from above will be able to clearly see the enemies and the differences. Is anybody playing any games today or painting today? Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, I agree. Um, I like that with the speed paints though, you can kind of like trial them. It's kind of gonna look like, and then if you don't like it, you can just use some water to easily clean them off. I mean, you can do that with regular paints too, but I just find with the speed paints, still cutting out on your end, eh? Hmm. Oh, Rob will take a peek at that in a bit. All right, I'm gonna try to fill in like a little bit around some of this red wrapping on the legs and feet here. Robert says, amazes me how people do this for it. Sometimes I feel like I don't either. I have to rest my hands on the table. Sometimes I rest my hands together on the holder. Also, I think for me, I always start with a little bit of a shaky hand, so it's easier to start on a bigger section of the mini, maybe not like starting with fine details, and it's not so bad. Like kind of like get your hands and your hand-eye coordination like working first. I started today with just doing those wraps around the arms, and I really noticed like my hands shaking. I probably should have started with some of the flesh, like doing like the whole face and like the whole upper body, or like an arm or a leg, right? Getting your muscle memory going. Um, that's me, anyways. I always find like I'm shaky at the beginning. I also found that, so I use a like a magnifying glass, which I think really helps because it enlarges all of the fine details, so I don't have to be so precise like just hand eye. I can actually see it like blown up a little bit more, which is definitely helpful. But I've heard that a lot. A lot of people talking about shaky hands. But a lot of time too, if you're using the speed paint, you don't necessarily have to worry about that, right? Because you can just kind of use it all over and base your mini with it. Yeah, I'm gonna be right back for 1 second. We're gonna see if we can fix this audio. Okay, we tried one thing. Let us know if this is working. Robert, let me know if you're still having some issues. If it is, we'll maybe try something else. Um, I don't see it cutting out on my end, but you let me know. And then Robert also says, I'll leave it to the professionals like you. Definitely not a professional. Definitely just paint to get the mini. You guys can see the minis overhead and they look cool on camera. That's what I paint for. Not a professional. I don't even think I would ever feel confident enough to do any kind of like judging of minis or like competition painting. The only thing I think is really cool is they have kind of like a speed paint thing at Gen Con where it's like everybody gets the same mini and everybody tries to paint it as fast as they can.
Still happening.
Oh, still happening. Okay, be right back. Sorry, we're going to see if we can fix it. Okay, I am back. I am so sorry. We're trying different things to see if we can figure this out. Please let me know if it's still an issue. Um, Hopefully this has fixed it. On my end, it's looking better. I don't know. Okay, let me keep going. We'll see if it's still a problem. We'll keep on trying to troubleshoot if we can. Okay, so going back to what I was doing, so I'm just adding again using the pallid bone. We're just going to fill in these spots around the feet. And then I think I'm also going to use the same color for these bone looking pieces that are coming out of the ground. There is also some skeletons. Oh, actually only one. There's a skeleton face that's coming out of the ground. I'll use the same thing on that, so it's kind of like bone looking. There is around the neck, there is kind of like a necklace of bones, but I think for that I'm going to do it in a different color just so it pops out more. And then maybe I'll just kind of like dry brush over that bone. All right. So then while I have this, I'm just going to again do these pieces. Heroes are not already done. Robert, no. On the last stream, we started these guys. There's 4 of them in the set. And then, give me 1 second. And then I painted both of the lizard, these lizard looking guys, or dragon lizards. Painted both of those in the last stream. I think I'm going to do, I'm starting with all of the enemies first. We have the characters from the base game already painted up, so technically, like, we could play with those. They're just different stances. It's like an older version of the same character. So I figured I would start with the ones we definitely would need painted, then we'll move on to the characters. And the characters I really like to take a lot of time on, so knowing that I already have a character done, we can also use that as our guide for the colors that we want to use, because it's just really a different stance, like an older version of the same character. So those ones are not done, but we will stream those. Thank you so much. Yeah, those ones were fun. Those ones were fun for sure. The dragon lizards. I don't know the name of all the enemies yet, sorry. Don't know?
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, okay.
I just want to see, like, it sounds like you're too loud.
Do you want me to test it? Maybe when I get more excited about something and talk louder.
No, it's fine.
It's fine? Okay.
Just checking.
Okay, looks like we have fixed the issue. Nice.
I think.
So far. But let us know.
Ask Robert.
Yeah, Robert, please let me know if you're still having issues on your end, okay?
Yeah, it's wireless. It's clear.
Okay. I think we have fixed it. Okay, so we have the flesh all done. We have what I want to use the same pallid bone for with the, I don't know, I guess the bones that are coming out of the ground and the skull on there. So we're just going to let this dry off to the side, and we'll do the same thing on the other 3 that we have. Again, we have set up this other area for filming, so it is a work in progress. Everything worked last stream. So far, so good. Okay, perfect. Please let me know if you notice any issues or it starts to cut out again. Everything is worked last stream, and then obviously this one, something was being weird. But again, Rob set this all up with older equipment, so using the support from you guys, thank you so much. We're going to slowly start upgrading this to be as good as what we used to have when we would stream at the gaming table. It's just so much easier than Rob having to take the whole gaming table setup apart because it's filmed very differently when we paint. So also allows me to just go live more often, more frequently. Everything's already set up and ready to go. So Heather, hello, happy Saturday. Happy Saturday to you. How is your day going so far? So yes, we do apologize if we have any technical issues as we work through getting this set up. Alrighty. Yeah, I'm liking this color for sure. Also looks like when painting the snake on this one, didn't go all the way around the arm. Like, I don't know what I was thinking. Luckily, I just painted it the other day, so I know exactly what color I use, so I can fix that. Oh, Heather says, good day so far. Just relaxing day with nothing major on the agenda. Aren't those the best? Those are the best days, right? Like sometimes it's like doing nothing just like recharges you, refreshes you. That's awesome. Well, I'm glad that you chose to hang out with me on that day, that you're doing nothing. That's awesome. Thank you. Oh, Jacko says, sorry I'm late. Can you start over? Technically no, but to catch you up on what we've done is we just fixed in the last one. I remember, I don't know if you remember, but I missed some of the red around the wrist. We did that. We cleaned up some of the mistakes that I made. We're doing the flesh now. I know technically, normally on Saturdays we would stream at noon, but there, again, having this all set up, there was no game we had to set up or prepare for. I was able to just kind of come down. So when Rob said, like, what time do you want to start? I was like, well, let's start at 11. Again, I don't know how far we'll get. So I thought, give myself that extra hour that we can get painting done. But Jacko, how are you doing today? How's your weekend going so far? Okay, I'll fix that green in one quick second. I'm just going to do these little bones that are coming out of the ground. Okay, and the skull. Okay. I'm not sure yet what color I'm going to do the rock, if I'm going to do like a darker rock, but I am getting some mess around the base. But if I'm doing something dark, I won't need to clean that up, but we'll see. Okay, and then I'm just going to get that green that I used for the snake. Which was this algae green. So I'm just going to fix that up. Oh, no, I know you're just telling me. It's totally fine. Good. Finally a chill weekend with nothing to do. Oh, that's awesome. So Heather has the same kind of weekend. I wonder if that's just kind of how, the start of the fall, it's cold outside, it's rainy outside sometimes. Kind of just look at the weekend like, I don't want to do anything. I'm just going to stay inside and chill. All right, so I'm just going to take that and just kind of fix under this arm here where I definitely missed. Okay. Awesome. Looks like nothing scheduled after today. That is true, currently. I definitely was talking with Rob about a paint stream for early next week that we'll work on, we'll do. Rob's working on some things today, which let me be able to paint. So definitely streams are going to pop up for next week for sure. Are you going to wait to play this so you're not finding so many issues with the app? Is there issues with the app? I don't know. I hadn't heard that. I'm just going to add a little bit more to my well here of this pallid bone. I hadn't heard anything. Obviously, things happen and people realize it as they play through further, but I hadn't really heard that there was issues with it. But we are going to play it. I'm not sure exactly when. Obviously, I'm going to finish painting it first. We have a few things planned with Kyle before we do play it, but that just gives me time to paint through everything before we start. And hopefully, as Heather's saying, it'll let FFG kind of fix any issues with the app that's happening, if that's a thing, which I assume so. Like, even when we played the last one, we definitely noticed there was some issues. And I think as we were reading the logs as we were playing, we were seeing things that were being fixed as we were playing through it. But I can't remember. Last year, I feel like we played through it really fast. I feel like I hadn't even finished painting it. I feel like I painted the heroes first. We kind of started. And then as I gathered the images for the enemies, I started painting them. So like it was kind of an in progress. Like some minis were painted and some were not when we were playing last time. But I can't remember. Yeah, we definitely did run into some bugs with the base game. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Oh, the final episode in particular. Yeah, there was definitely some bugs and issues with the base game. So I feel like we're already not behind, but like I feel like people have hopefully played through it and hopefully have caught any issues. But again, with these kind of games, sometimes there's like branching logic and stuff. So if nobody went this certain way or did this certain thing or did this certain thing with this specific character, you wouldn't notice those issues. So hopefully they have time to fix all that before we do start and we don't have any bugs, but I mean, it's fine. We'll just deal with that if we have. But yeah, we will start playing through it once it's all painted and we're ready. Yeah, I did. Hi, Yogi. Yeah, I did. We played it while painting it. That I remember. Yeah, because we played it like right away. Like we got it and we were like, okay, we're in. Um, this time I was super lucky that Dustin had taken some screenshots, so I had something to go off of. Because even on BGG, there's not much. You know, as you get into, so for the base game, there's obviously more out there, but then as you get into expansions for games, sometimes it's harder to find images or somebody else's painting. Yogi, how are you doing? All right. It's a Saturday, so caffeine is dark and black. Okay. Isn't that more so like on a Monday? Like, aren't the Saturdays supposed to be like the day you chill? And then the Monday is like when the caffeine is at its strongest? I don't know. I also don't drink coffee, so I only drink tea. Still caffeine, but are you doing anything, Yogi, that you need brain power today? Okay. It's kind of good actually that I have these other colors out so I can fix up. Except that one is like gone. Oh, Monday is IV bag of coffee straight into the bloodstream. Oh, okay, okay. All right. Yogi Roberts got a question for you in the chat. Say, got more deck ideas for you? Oh, Robert's got more deck ideas for you, or are you asking if Yogi's got more deck ideas for you? Okay, one more, and then we can move on. Oh, I didn't do the. One sec, one sec. I'm just gonna do these bones that are coming out of the ground as well. Oh, Heather says, I'm with you, Yogi. Need coffee to function after nerding out with my brother late into the night. Oh, that's awesome. What were you doing? Were you playing a game, Heather? That's awesome. We're going to hang out with my brother, sister-in-law, my niece tomorrow. We're going to celebrate my niece's birthday. We're going to play some games. My niece loves playing games. It's awesome. It'll be a Sunday, so it won't be late. It'll just be like kind of like an afternoon thing, but oh, you have some for Yogi. Oh, he's your unofficial deck builder. Oh, so you got some ideas for him of like what you're looking for and you want him to build you something good? I see, I see. He's our official deck builder. All right, last one. Robert, did you just get into Arkham, the card game, recently? Just checking that I did the backs. I did, okay. Okay, I'm going to take a little bit more of this. Also, just want to say thank you to everyone that has hit the like button so far. We're at 22 likes on the stream. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, and loving it. An old Lord of the Rings LCG player too. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, yes, I know you have been, you can't wait, eh, for us to play more Lord of the Rings. Oh, that's awesome. Arkham's really fun though. I really like it. But now, Robert, here's a question for you. Now that you have played both or are playing both, which one do you like better? Now, do you like Lord of the Rings better just because a little bit more nostalgic? Maybe you've played it more, or do you like Arkham more? I think for me, I like Arkham more. But Lord of the Rings is still fun. Oh, Lord of the Rings by a hair, but Arkham is very close. Okay, okay. Nice. Yeah, for me, I think it's definitely Arkham, then Lord of the Rings, then Marvel Champions. I like them all, but that's just kind of like the order I like. Egmar broke poor Rob. Yeah, it was a challenge for sure, eh? I'm stuck playing Egmar solo at the moment. Ah. Yogi says, the great thing about Arkham is Mel loves it and has fun. Rob hates it and cries, which is great because the chat loves it when Mel is having fun and Rob is not. That's so funny. I know, I definitely love it. I think it's so fun. I like taking risks. I go into it knowing that we're probably going to die and it's fine. That way, those wins are just that much sweeter, right? When you play a game that you know is such a challenge and you're able to beat it, it feels so good. And then I think because Yogi knows I love it, Yogi always builds me decks that are fun and my play style, so I have so much fun playing with them, which just adds to the experience, right? I think if I had a deck where I was, I don't know, fumbling all over it and I wasn't having fun with it, and I don't know. Yeah, I definitely love Arkham. I love also playing it blind. That's so fun. Like having no idea what we're doing, what we're getting into. Truth, yeah. Well, I think the thing is that I just naturally, I think, have more of glass, the glass is half full even when it's empty attitude. Like I don't usually get frustrated. I mean, I have, but it's rare. Things don't usually bother me. I don't care if we lose. I usually have fun pretty much with any game that we play. I don't really think there's many that I've been like, oh, that wasn't fun. But yeah, Arkham really frustrates Robin. It's funny. I don't think, though, in the latest campaign, I don't think as much. I don't think he was as frustrated as much. I think we did pretty well in that one. All right. Okay. What I'm going to do now is just a little bit of detailing. So I'm going to take a dark brown. Let's just take this satchel brown, and I'm going to do the ropes, the arrow, and yeah, the arrows that are coming out of the back as well. Are you done with Arkham now that Spooktober is over, or are you in a campaign? Nope, we finished that campaign. We were able to finish it, within the month of October, which was awesome. Like we did 2 per weekend, so that one is done. The next campaign is coming out in 2024. So, I mean, well, I don't know what's going to happen then, but possibly I would say that we would play that one then. We have one more to play, but I have no idea when and if we'll play that one. But I am looking forward to the new one. The new release cycles that they have done have been really fun, and what they're able to do with it when it's a contained box has been really fun. So I'm going to use a different one just so that we can let everything dry on that one. So yes, it's over for now. Oh, I missed a whole hand on this. I'm like notorious for missing areas of a mini. It's crazy. Yeah, Yogi, yeah, Yogi says I would guess no Arkham until March. Like when the new box releases, I mean, I don't know what will happen at that time and where we'll be at that time, but potentially. Can't wait for Innsmouth to release in the new format. Nice. Do they have a date for that one, or are you just like still waiting? I don't know the orders, and I know Kate was dropping some of them in the stream, but I can't remember. Do the bag a different color just so that it stands out. And I'm going to use the same color around the rope around the waist as well. Okay. I'm just going to fix that hand that I missed on this one. And then we'll do, oh, I missed the underhand of this. Oh my gosh. I wonder if I did the same thing on all of them and like just didn't flip it over like this. All right, that one's good. Heather says, I've heard a lot of good stuff about the game. Will it make sense if I tune in for new campaign, or do I need to watch the older one to know what's going on? And Yogi says, I think there's a recap video thing in the app. Yeah, I think I've heard that too, that there's kind of like a recap. So it'll kind of like catch you up based on the things that you did and like where your characters are at in when you play the new one. But I mean, technically, no, you don't need to go back and watch the old stuff if you didn't have time. We were looking at it, kind of like a previously on in a TV show, yeah. So I think Heather, that would be probably enough. Because again, if you ask me today, like what happened at the end, like where our characters were at and whatever, I have no idea. We played so many games since. So that previously on is going to be definitely helpful for us as well as a recap. Yeah, we were looking the other night. We didn't realize there was 17 videos of that. Like we played through 17. I guess maybe it wasn't 17 because maybe we played more than one in a sitting, but I doubt it. But yeah, 17 episodes of that campaign. I didn't realize it was so long. But I loved it. Yeah, I think that's cool too if they made some kind of like recap thing based on like what we've done or where our characters are at. Because the characters in the new game are like older, time has passed. So it's definitely going to be cool to see. And then it's going to be cool to see. I mean, I haven't looked through anything, but like hopefully the weapons kind of have evolved and I don't know. You'd think that would be cool, right? Like as the character evolves, so does everything about them. Not just that they got older and it's like a different model. Like the things that they can do, their magic has evolved, they have more power. That would be cool. But yeah, I love the base game, so I'm really excited to see what they've done with this one. And they took a really long time to get the second box out, so we'll see. Okay. Next one. I love when you get to the part of the mini where you're kind of just doing like a lot of the smaller details. It really makes you feel like, oh, I'm almost done. Okay, and then just around the waist again. Just gonna add some more. It's like drying a little bit, so it's like thickening. Oh. It's easier to maneuver when it's wet and not thick. All right, we got one more. And then just around the waist again. Okay, so this is what we got so far. Still thinking about the rocks. I'm thinking like a dark rock would be good for this one because we have a lot of light colors and red colors. All right. Okay, let me put this one off to the side. Let's go with, okay, I'm gonna go with, we'll do the piece that's around the neck, and let's go with, a hardened leather for this. I'm also trying to think of a fun color to do these like little feather pieces on the bow or on the end of the arrow. And I want to do something like bright, I think. Either like a blue. Let's see. Yeah, maybe something like this magic blue. So I'll kind of do both of those at the same time. Because these will pretty much finish up the minis minus the base. How am I going to get in there? Okay. Yeah, I like that. I feel like it like gives that little bit of pop, right? Yeah, bright blue like peacock feathers. Yes. Prismatic bolt, that's what I was thinking. That's more of like a greeny blue. But I like this. The other thing too is I could do different colors on each one. Like I don't have to do the same. This is the kind of thing like from here you can see this enemy. Like I think we kind of play like a little bit on an angle, but like the color of the feathers isn't going to confuse people of like, oh, what enemy is that? So you can kind of take a little bit of creative liberty on stuff like that, or I can. But yeah, prismatic bolts is what I was looking at first. It's kind of like a bluey green, like a tealy color. All right. But I like that. I feel like it just gives like that little bit of a pop to it. Okay. And then we're also going to just do that hardened leather down the front. Okay. And then I'm going to use the same, I think, on this piece back here. Okay, I'm liking that. So that is the enemy, obviously minus the base. I like that. Definitely cool. Okay, so I'm gonna do the same thing on the other ones. I'm also thinking that, sorry, I just made a small little mistake here, so I'm just gonna try to, okay, there we go. Then, thank you, thank you. I think I'll leave the bases for now on these ones. We'll move on to another enemy set. We'll get that one started. And then if there's a time point where we need to let it dry for a few minutes, we can come back to the bases on this one. If not, we'll finish up all the bases before we end the stream. Okay. Okay, two are done. I just want to check one quick thing. Yeah. Okay. I like this blue and like colors like this, I feel like I don't get to use too often, right? We play a lot of games that are, you know, knights or dragons, and like we don't really play with like characters that would be this like bright blue. So we don't play like any like Dungeons and Dragons where you can kind of just create your character however you want. There's not much this bright blue in dungeon crawlers. It's like a lot of greens and browns, grays. Robert, thank you so much. I don't think I have skills per se. I think, I don't know, no skills. I just enjoy painting. But I appreciate the kind words. Thank you, thank you. Something that I definitely want to I definitely want to like improve on and grow and get better at. So, oh, all the bright characters died off a long time ago. Too easy to spot. Yeah, you're 100% right. That's exactly right. Yeah. That's why it's fun to be able to use some of these colors that you don't get to normally use, right? And add little pops of color. All right, another one done. One more, one more. Don't sell yourself short. No, I just think like I still have a long way to go in painting. I think it's fun and I do it like as a fun little hobby. I love when you see at your local game store or you go to a convention or something and you see these beautiful cases with minis that are beautiful, like highlighted and like just amazing. One day I'm like, oh, one day I'll be able to do something like that. But I think I will continue to learn and grow, right, with practice to eventually be able to do that. Dragon, hello. Good day. So when do you get your own Mel's painting channel? So now I don't think that would be ever a thing because, and here's why, like if I started my own channel, I have to start from like zero. Nobody's going to be like looking for it potentially. At least here, I have people who know me from playing on the channel with Rob. You know, we have the audience that we've grown on the channel who, for whatever reason, like us for us, you know, I don't have to start from scratch. So it just like doesn't ever make sense. Now, the only way it would ever make any kind of sense is if I kept doing this weekly, bi-weekly, 3 times a week, whatever it is that we're going to be painting on stream, and we're growing it to where like lots and lots of people are watching, you know, then we say, oh, okay, we're going to move it over. But like it just doesn't make sense to move it over where I would have like nobody. Because even you guys, like, how do I let you guys know that I'm over somewhere else? Like, yeah, maybe we can have like linked things where Rob is saying, like, oh, we're painting over here, but it just doesn't make sense, I don't think. The good thing too is like if people don't want to watch painting on this channel because they're here for the game or they're here for whatever, right? Because there's a variety of things on the channel that we do, right? We play co-op games together. Rob plays solo games together. We have our Thursday night where Kyle joins us. And people like, and then these painting, people like their own things about the channel. So if they don't want to see painting because they're like, oh, I'm not interested in sitting and watching paint dry, which is a thing people maybe don't care about, they don't have to click on the video. They can just like, oh, there's painting on the channel today. I'll go watch something else. I'll go do something else. Rob can handle the competition. There's no competition because he's not painting on his channel. No, and Rob has even said like eventually it would be cool because I now have this setup where I can paint and do it on my own. He said like it would be really cool if I painted while he's also streaming something else that, you know, there's like different audiences, as I was saying, on the channel that are here for different reasons. So it's cool to be able to do this here and have you guys watching, you know. I'm lucky in the fact that I don't have to start it from scratch per se. Nat, hello. Matthew says, hello everyone, I'm the proud new owner of 2 bowling balls. Congratulations. That's amazing. You've been loving bowling lately, eh? That's awesome. Are you in a league or something, or do you just go to the bowling alley with your friends on the weekend? That's awesome. So yes, Drake, and to answer your question, like it probably won't happen. People joke all the time to rob like Mel's gaming table and all of that stuff, but like it just doesn't make sense. The other thing is, Robert jokes and says Rob couldn't handle the competition, but like for me and Rob wants me to succeed. I want him to succeed. Like we're a team, right? So there's no competition there. All right, everyone, we have all 4 of these guys done, minus the bases. We're going to move on to another enemy in the group or in the game. So I'm just going to leave these off to the side. Again, we can come back, we can do some basing on this while we're letting things dry in the next enemy set that we're doing. Oh, Jana says, I like this way. Tom, thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome to the channel. Welcome, welcome. Jana says, I like it this way. I wouldn't want you and Rob streaming at the same time. How would I be able to watch and listen to both? See, here's the thing, and I joked about that. Technically, you don't need to listen to me, right? You don't need to listen to me. You could just listen to Rob and watch me painting. That's what I was saying. Oh, it cost you $300 for your 2 bowling balls. Oh, you're just practicing. Oh, well, that's awesome. Enjoy that, Matt. Matthew, I love that you have like this new little hobby that you're loving. Sorry, I just got to reach and grab my other enemies. Oh, all right. So these are the ones that we still need to do. I probably can't even see them all. That's fine. Okay. And I have pictures for them. I'm just going to quickly look through my pictures and I'll show you guys in a second. You know what? These guys, I think, should be pretty simple. So let's work on, I think there's only 2 of those. There's 2 of these, 2 of one other, and then 4 and a 4. I usually say, hey, Mel, and that guy, LOL. Yes, yes, you know, or I know. You like bugging him, yes. Yeah, it would be weird though, Yogi, like if you guys are watching both of us at the same time and you're listening to Rob talk and like play through a game and then you're just watching me paint. It would be weird. Okay, let me show you guys this model first. It almost reminds me kind of like a little like vampire-ish. But I'm going to show you the colors and the image that we're going off of. Also looks like he's standing on like some brick or something, which will be interesting. So let's look at the image that I'm going off of. Again, thank you so much, Dustin. So this is what we're looking at. Here, actually, we're lucky because we have some of those colors we were talking about that normally aren't in games. So we have this neat little purple color. We're looking for like the white flesh tone, dark hair, dark cloak with the purple under. So I don't think these will be too much of a challenge. So I think this is the 2 that we're going to paint next. There's only 2 of them as well. So, okay, for this one, let's see. It's all in fun. I know. He knows that you're messing with him. It's fine. He doesn't care. Okay, I think I'm going to start with the clothes on this one first. That way, because I want to do a kind of off-white, similar to what we used in the clouds of this enemy here, where we'll do like this for the fur around the cape and the flesh, then I want to do all the stuff around it so I can touch that up if needed. RR just subscribed. Thank you so much for subscribing to the channel, RR. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate that. So yeah, we'll start with the cape and the clothes first. So it looks like this is kind of like a gray with the purple undertones. So we'll definitely get out our purple. This is definitely going to be a brighter purple, like a different purple that is on the cape. That's fine. I don't know that I necessarily have that pinky purple, but that's what we're going to go with on the underside. And then we'll go with our Gravelord Gray. So we have the gray color for the cape, the jacket, and the pants. Okay. Matthew says, when the dude was measuring my fingers to drill the ball, he said, I have fat thumbs. I was like, WTF, maybe it's true. That's interesting. So like, I never really thought about how they actually make a bowling ball to fit your fingers. I never thought of that before until you just wrote that. That's interesting. I've only like played bowling for fun, you know, when you go with a group of friends and you just kind of use whatever they have available. So that, I never really thought about that. That's funny. So I'm just going to pull out my bigger brush. It's size 3. This will help with our cape. Now, all right. I'm going to try to do the cape semi quickly and not trying to like go over multiple times because we're going to use the speed paints on a flat surface. It does have some crevices. You don't want to have that like streaking effect. So I'm going to try really hard to avoid that. So I'm going to put like a ton of speed paint on my brush and then just kind of go quick so that we're not getting like a streaking effect where it has time to dry. Yeah, because sometimes when you're using speed paint on like flatter surfaces, if you let it dry, you can have some weird effects that maybe you're not intending. So all right. We can also put a wash on this if we feel like we need later. And then you can see here where the paint, because I used a lot, is kind of going up into what's going to be the fur. I will use some white paint later once this is dry to clean that off, or like to fix that. So I don't have an image necessarily from the front, but it does look like there's some like necklaces or some detailing that's happening around the chest. So I'll probably try to use a different color to kind of pop those details out. Maybe we'll use some gold or silver or something. This guy has some serious nails. Also has some belt on. It looks like the belt is the same color, but has a couple of like dots, maybe like some silver, some detail that we can do there. So right now I'm just going to do it the same color as the rest of the outfit, and then we'll add some, maybe we'll add some like silver dots or something. Thinking that I'll do, again, I don't really have images of the boots. It kind of stops there, but I think I'll do some different kind of color for the boots as well, just so that the whole mini's not the same color. Working from home, I have some serious nails too. Yeah, they're like sharp. They could cut you on this. Alrighty. Oh, look, I missed this spot right there. So we'll do the same thing on the next one. You can see that there is, it might be hard to see, but there's like a little bit of a trim around the side of the cape. And you can see it again around the bottom of the jacket. What I'm thinking for that, because I did go over it, I just thought it was easier to do this than trying to stay within the lines, is I will take, so I'm going to use the purple underneath that we already have, but I'm going to take just like a regular purple paint and I'm going to go over that black and try to make as straight of a line as I can on there. So I think it'll just be easier than trying to stay in the lines and clean it all up. I'll just use like some paint that will easily cover that. All right, so I'm just gonna okay. So this one's done. We'll do the same thing on the second one. Matthew says, thank you for adding some color to my day. You are the best, Mel. Thank you so much. I'm just adding some gray to your day, but I'm just joking. But thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so we're gonna do the same thing. So again, on the cape, I'm just gonna try to go super fast, adding lots so we don't get streaking. I like to do like big areas like this as fast as can before they get a chance to dry. Okay. There's definitely been some trial and error that I've done with like flat surfaces like this where I have definitely made some mistakes. Gray is my favorite color, says Matthew. It keeps me in the what? I also like dark colors. Oh, in the gray area. Oh, okay. I also like blacks, grays, dark colors as well. In the last stream, we were talking about the Army Paint Metallics. And there is a couple of enemies in this base set that kind of look like knights that we'll be able to try out some of those metallic colors. But I'm also thinking even on this one, like maybe around the necklace, we can try to use maybe like one of the golds. I know a couple of you guys were talking about it in the last stream, like about the quality of them, and I would love to like use them today to show you guys those paints as well. Oops. I got it on the boots, but we'll fix that later. I'm thinking of like a brown boot, maybe. Does a brown boot go with a black outfit? I think so. Just gonna hold upside down and try to get all underneath. Okay. Black shoes? I could do black shoes. I'm gonna do his hair black, so I'm using the gray right now. I can do black. I know in the image that I'm working off of, it looks like the other thing, it looks like they maybe could it be like a dark blue color as well. But yeah, we can go with black. If I go with black, then I don't have to touch up these errors that I made here. All right. Looks like this guy's also ready to go. So I'm gonna start working on the cape, the underside being purple. So we're gonna use this Hive Dwellers purple that we have. Okay. I'm gonna do kind of the same thing, but just on the underside now where I go kind of quick. Again, we can touch things up later, but I just don't want like weird streaking. I like the coverage of this purple actually. Yeah, I like the color of that purple under there. Has pretty good coverage as well. Yeah, I like that. So I'm gonna do the same thing on the second one. I don't think it's popped yet, but Matthew, thank you. Oh, there it is. Matthew, thank you, thank you, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, Hive Dweller Purple, I'm calling the police. Thank you, Matthew, thank you, thank you. Kieran alert. Sorry if it's hard to see for one quick second. The cape looks tricky. Yeah. Well, it's only because with speed paints are made for textured minis, right? That's where they shine. If you're using it on a flat surface, they don't have that creases and crevices, right? Where they can like fill in. They do, like in this one, you do see some areas where the cape kind of like ebbs and flows. But this is not where speed paints specifically shine. Now, when I show you the textures in the mini that we did in the first stream, like looking at the scales, right, on this mini, this was just one coat of speed paint, no wash, no anything. This is where they shine, right? They can fill in all of those crevices underneath the scales, add some depth, add some shadow to it. Even on the top, I don't know, looks like armor to me, but even that. And the rock at the bottom, like just where it fills in gaps and pools and shadows. Like it definitely looks different, right? In the way that it like lays on the mini. So this is not, using it in this way is not necessarily where they shine. It is possible. For me, I have, in my trial and error, I have realized I have to go fast. I can't let areas dry. If this was like, let's say a huge mini, I don't have one right now, but if it was a huge mini where part of it would dry and then like there's like a line, you can really see that. I don't know, it just adds some weird streaking and textures. So I just find if I use a lot of paint, if I go quick, then I can still get the look I'm going for. But it definitely is more of a challenge in minis like this. Like I could do a huge mini that had fur or scales, and you won't get that. I don't ever find I get that line or streaking where one section dries. And I think that's because of all the texture that's in the mini. So, but yeah, definitely happy with this. So I think we'll go next with the boots and the hair because we're going to do the same color for both of those. We're going to go with the black. Do I have it out? Nope. we'll go with the Grim Black. We'll do that for the hair. We'll do that for the boots. Kathy says, yay. Yeah, so whenever I paint, I love input from you guys on colors that we should choose or something. Like, I don't need to pick it all by myself. So I appreciate input. Like, if you guys say, oh, this would be really cool if it had like XYZ, I can try it. All right, the reason I also want to do the hair first is because any of the bleeding that happens in this cape area, this like fur, I want to do in that off-white. So any bleeding from the hair, which is going to be black, I can fix before we do it instead of having to go back. Yeah, because sometimes with speed paints, you'll find that it runs, especially down, obviously, gravity. So you may see where you can see it all right in here, where it kind of pooled all in there, which I do not want. So we'll use some white paint to cover that and then start. Let's see if we can fix that. Even you can see, let's see. So see down the face, you can see that like the hair like dripped down. So we'll be able to fix that. That's why I wanted to do the darker colors first before doing any of the lighter color speed paints. All right, and then we'll do the same thing for the boots. That'll be simple. We'll just do a quick. All right, we got the hair and the boots done in that black. We're gonna do the same thing to the second one. Just trying to go carefully around the ear. Here we go. 2 vampires. Yes, there's two of these minis. It seemed like there was 3 sets of 2 and 3 sets of 4. This is an Anne Rice book. These vampires are cool looking though. All right. Okay, so I need to let these guys dry before doing any, because the rest is going to be like, oh, maybe I can do one other thing. So I can do the swords that they have. But I need to let everything else dry before I clean up anything around the face, any of the fur, and then any detailing that I want to do on the cape. I really want to make sure that both the underside and the top of the cape is dry. So I'll do the swords first. And it looks like from our image, it's a brown sword. So let's go with the satchel brown. Which was this one. I don't think I need too much because I'm just going to do two swords only. Did you buy your paints from J&J Cards and Collectibles? Says Neopet. I did not. Fortunately, I was sent some of the Army Painter paints by Army Painter. They sent me the starter set and other paints. Did I pick anything up there paint-wise? I may have. Sometimes I just pick up like little paint pods and stuff. I don't think I picked up... oh, you know what? You know what? Now that I'm thinking back, J&J's might have been where I got my metallic set. Now that I'm thinking back, trying to remember where I picked that up from. I don't remember exactly, to be honest. Yeah, I don't remember, to be honest, exactly where I got everything from. I pick up paints like whenever I'm out and about. My friendly local game store does have a deal where if you buy so many, you get one free. So usually whenever we stop in there, I always pick up some. So I apologize, I don't 100% know, but I think I did pick up, now that I'm thinking about it, I think I did pick up the metallic set there. but I can't remember exactly. I'm so sorry. You got given the purple set that is an Army Painter by another viewer. The purple set. Oh, at Gen Con. Oh! No, at Gen Con I got... I don't even remember now. Oh my gosh, I got like all my paints mixed that I'm like trying to remember where I got what. It's like all blending in together. The metallics. Was it these ones? Was it these ones? Because I was talking with Locator Gaming about these ones, and I do like these ones as well. The Green Stuff World. And I have like the color shifts. Locator and I were talking about those. I don't use those very often because I don't really find many opportunities where you would need like those shifting colors. But I have used them on like reptiles and stuff, which is kind of cool. And again, like from above when we're playing with them on stream, I don't think you notice that like color shifting because it's kind of like in a static spot and then maybe we pick it up and move it. We're not moving the camera around doing like fancy video. Okay, that's good for that one. Matthew says, I just have the Army Painter speed paints. That is a great way to start, 100%. I'm just going to let these guys dry now so that we can do some detail on them. I'm just going to put them off to the side. I think we'll bring back our wraiths that we are working on, our 4 wraiths that are pretty much done. We can start working on some of the basing. I'm just going to clean up some. Actually, maybe I do a dark base, as I was saying. Yeah, let's do a dark base on these guys. But do I do a... I don't think I want a brown. I think I actually don't even use speed paints for this. I think I use like something like this with like a dark stone. And then maybe we dry brush on it. Anyways, going back to Matthew says, I just have the Army Painter speed paints. I think that's a great place to start for sure, right? Most of what I've done has been all using speed paints. So primed in white primer and then speed paints, maybe a couple details. I think like these guys, I did some detailing like in the eyes, that's not speed paint. The nails and the base ring are not speed paints, but like other than that, and that's why I think in like when I did videos back and someone said like, what should I start with? I mean, there is definitely little kits that you can get from whoever your paint, whatever paint maker you prefer, but they have like little kits that have like maybe 10 colors in them in a brush. You can start there, but you can do the same thing with oh, I'm clogged on this one too. With Army Painter speed paints. The only thing I would suggest is if you're going to just start with Army Painter speed paints is that you also get a matte white and a matte black. I just like those because the matte white you can use to, oh, this one's not. The matte white you can use to clean up any of your mistakes, and then the matte black you can use to like ring your bases. That one is not working, so we have to take the cap off. Oh, Army Painter speed paints and Zenithal priming takes you a long way. Yeah, I agree. I don't Zenithal prime too much. This one might be empty, which is also why it's not. Oh, there we go. I don't Zenithal prime too much. because I like the way that the speed paints look on just plain white, which is what I've done. But there are some that I will ask Rob to prime in the Zenithal. My old one, look how old it is, like cracked. You can barely even read the writing on that, sorry. But I would say like Minion says, the Zenithal priming, like I even say, even go even more basic, the white priming, the speed paints, that takes you a really long way. Okay, I'm just gonna move the rest of them off so we can do one at a time. And I don't need to clean up any of those around the skull because I'm going over with a darker color anyways, so it'll cover nicely. Now because I'm just doing the like a base paint, not a speed paint, I think I will have to probably dry brush or wash this to get some depth or detail in the rock. I may even need to go over a second time. We'll see the coverage that we get on this. Matthew, have you used the speed paints at all yet? And do you like them? Yeah, I'm liking this color because it's really going to make the mini on top of it pop up. I'm just going to try carefully, like around the edges of the feet, to not get it on the feet and kind of go carefully to save some time later. Oh, use them on Familiar Tales and you were drunk and it still came out great. That's awesome. That's wonderful. That's a wonderful testament. So you can paint with speed paints drunk and they will still come out okay. That is funny. Was that the first game you painted? I think having this dark color is also going to make the skull and the bones that are sticking out really pop out on the base as well. They're not going to like be all blended in. Oh, the first game you painted was Stuffed Fables. Oh, nice. Okay. I really like that so far. Okay, definitely makes the mini pop up on the base. So we're going to do the same thing on the other ones. Hard around the feet to make sure I'm not going over the toes. I'm like trying to go underneath. Oh, Yogi says, pretty sure the first game I painted was Fury of Dracula, which was nice to only have 5 minis. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to start painting, having less to paint is less daunting for sure. Right? If you open a box and you have 40 minis, you're kind of like intimidated, right? And all these crazy sculpts, it can be intimidating. Like I have to say, even this game, like opening up that big dragon that's in this box, it's like, oh no, that's kind of intimidating to paint. There's so much detail on it. I worry also that it'll take me like multiple streams, but maybe I do it on a weekend now that I'm thinking about it, like kind of like this where I have just as much time as I need to paint it. Okay. Base is done on another one. These are funny. All right. Take these guys off of these holders. It looks like they're almost dry too, which is great. So we can go on to the detail of those after this. Does anyone have a favorite game that they've ever painted? Like maybe one that they thought was the most fun? The minis were the best? The sculpts they liked? For me, I've really actually liked painting this game, the base game, and then this one because I just think that the sculpts are fun, the detail is great. Matthew, I don't think I understand your question. Do you think this is a makeup thing? I don't understand your question. Sorry, Matthew. Yogi says Kingdom Death Monster the Phoenix. Oh, that was the most fun to paint. That's cool. Matthew says I'm pissed off about not having the Creature Comfort wooden pieces. Why do you not have them? Are they like an add-on that you didn't add on and now you can't? It's sort of a nightmare phoenix. Oh, I'll have to Google what that mini looks like later. That's cool. How long did it take you to do that? So it has hundreds of baby hands on its wings leading edges. Oh, okay. So it's like, yeah, I think that's crazy. Oh, Matthew says, I mean, you are applying paint like makeup on a woman's face. Oh, that's what you think? I mean, I guess it could be similar techniques used. Yogi, how long did it take you to paint that mini? Like days? One more. Matthew, I do actually use makeup brushes in my painting for dry brushing because I find that they're super fluffy. Oh, probably 1 hour one day, 1 hour the next. Wow, you are fast. Oh, and then another hour on the third day. Okay. And there was probably a day just letting the original prime dry. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I don't really count that like on days where your things are just drying. So a couple day process for you, like an hour here, an hour there. That's cool. Well, it was just a rainbow phoenix tail with lots of blending between the various colors. Yeah. And then lots of blood and gore. Oh yeah, it's Kingdom Death Monster, so that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Like if you have lots of blending and stuff you need to do, you need to like fully make sure everything's dry. So Yogi, do you have your entire Kingdom Death Monster painted? Okay, we'll see if we have to do another coat on this. I don't think so, but we may have to do some touch-ups on this once it's dry. Yeah, it's all painted. Wow. Okay, so we have all 4 bases for these ones done. We just need to do around the ring, and then I do want to do a little bit of dry brushing. Oh, I'm just seeing something, sorry, at the back there. I want to do a little bit of dry brushing on these to like really make some detail on the rock. There we go. So that's kind of what it's looking like right now. Again, so sorry, we'll do the black ring around there. We'll do some dry brushing once this dries. But now that these guys, I believe, are pretty much dry, we can start doing some more detail on them. Whenever 1.6 delivered, that's what I was doing for a couple of months up until Christmas 2020-ish, whenever I started playing it. Wow. Nice. That's awesome. Okay, so we'll just throw those off to the side and put these on here. Okay. So this is what we're going to do next. I'm just going to take a really quick break. I'm going to run to the washroom. I'm going to clean out my my brush water. It's becoming kind of like mud right now. So because I want to do some white and like off-white colors, I just want to clean up that water, get some fresh water, and refill my tea. So I'll just take a few minute break and I will be right back. Okay, we are back. Thank you for waiting. The first thing that I want to do with these two vampire minis is I want to kind of just clean up any bleeding. So I'm just going to take my matte white. Oh, the other thing I wanted to do is just grab another, one quick second here. As I use more colors and all of my wells are full, I just want to grab a fresh one. I'm going to start using some different colors. Put that off to the side. So we're going to just use our matte white, and we're just going to fill in any bleeding that happened, fix anywhere where our brush accidentally touched where we don't want that color of paint. I need to fix this one after the stream because it's clogged. Have to clean it out. I'm going to keep this dark stone off to the side. I still have some in the well in case we did need to do a second coat or touch anything up on those bases on those previous minis that we were working on. So I'm just going to add some white paint in areas like this up here where we can see that it bled up into this cape. This cape I want to do kind of an off-white. Also on some of the stone here, I'll fix up that really quick as well. And it looks like the cape is all dry, so we'll be able to start adding our detail in there. We'll grab our purple and go around the base of the cape while we let this dry before we get into the off-white colors. Just going to go around probably the entire edge just to also clean up the line. And then we have this necklace as well, which I think we'll do in like a fun gold. And it had some bleeding into the fingers as well. And then around the neck, as the black drip down from the hair, you can just clean up that line. That also lets you clean up around the face too, if you had any touches of the brush around the face. All right, so this is looking good now. We have like all of our fur all cleaned up. Doesn't have to be perfect around the base, around the edges. Okay, and we'll just do the same thing on the other one. Okay, and then I just need to fix up just on this stone or brick. In some places it looks like brick, some it looks like stone. So I'm not really sure what color I'm going to do this yet. This one I was clearly a lot messier with. Okay, so we're all cleaned up. So I'm going to let that part dry. I'm not going to do the fur or the flesh yet. I want that to fully dry, but I will start doing some of the detail that we have around the cape, this line. I think I'm going to use this Vallejo Violet. I think this will be bright enough that it'll go nicely over that black. And I'm going to try my very, very best to do as straight of a line as I can. And I think for this, I'm even going to get a smaller brush because I don't necessarily trust myself a ton. I think I go with this Army Painter highlighting brush. Let me just mix this up though with a different one. Okay. I'm going to do along the base of the cape and the base of the jacket and the cape. I think that actually adds a nice detail to it, and then it'll help blend it with underneath, which is the more darker purple. A little bit harder in these crevices, but we'll still try to keep a straight line-ish as best we can. Oh yeah, and you can even see it from a distance. So I'm going to do the same thing along the base of the jacket. It's a little bit of a bigger area, so that's good. Okay, now I'll do the same thing on the other one. The only thing I'm thinking about while I'm looking at this mini, so in here where we have, like we can see the fur around the cape, but we have some sort of like fluffy shirt on under there. I'm just wondering if I should make it that same off-white that I'm going to use back here, or if I should use that purple in there. So I'm still just kind of thinking about that idea. Might be interesting with the purple, just add a little bit more of the detail. Okay, I really like that. Okay, and then I'm going to do the same thing at the base of the jacket again. Okay. Perfect. Okay, now that I feel that the cleanup around the edges dry, we'll go on to the cape, the flesh, all of that. And for that, I'm going to use this Holy White. It's kind of like a grayish color, an off-white. Okay, so we're going to use this on the cape in the back and the flesh. I'm just going to try to go carefully around the edge where I did the purple, because that purple is not dry yet. And I don't want to bring any of that purple in. Okay, so I think I have decided that I will go with the same color down the front of the shirt as well. Actually, that's the face too, so we can just go right down the face. You know what? I'm gonna actually, so he does have a necklace on, but I'm gonna go over all of that with this color because I'm gonna go over that with a gold anyways, which will be covered by this, so it won't matter, but it'll just save time than having to try to be super careful around that area. Vagelius, I don't think I'm pronouncing that properly, but hello, says hi from Greece. Mel, hello, hello from Canada. Yesterday I finished my 2 vampires. I had more fun than expected. Turned out good. Yeah, these ones are really cool, eh? Like I like the sculpts of them. I like the colors that they chose. It's like dark. Yeah, definitely cool, but has a pop of purple in it. So yeah, definitely cool. Do you find the Holy White any good? I feel like it doesn't really do much. I do because I like the fact that if I were to look at like, let's say the hands on this mini, like they look like they're unfinished when you use white. But if I use this Holy White, it's like kind of like an off color. It still darkens and lightens. I used it also on this one. So this one kind of was supposed to look like clouds, maybe some smoke. And using that Holy White in there just made it look more complete. So I don't love the color per se. Like I wish it was a little bit lighter or they had a lighter one. Like this is kind of gray. But I'm okay with that. I just use it anytime it's white just because I find that the white just makes it look unfinished. And then I don't have to put any kind of washes over the white to darken it even more. So I do wish that they had a lighter color. Like for instances when you were doing, let's say like a cloud. But if I were to go like this, right? I feel like it just adds that little bit. Obviously it's still wet, so it's like glistening. But like this one just looks unfinished. Where this one just it looks like it adds a little bit of detail. We'll wait till it's dry. Obviously, it'll look a little bit better then too. But yeah, I do wish that they had one more lower color that I could use for cloud or just white in general. But I understand that they have to be able to have the shading and everything. Oh, Janet says there's a 2.0 blinding light that I find better white speed paint. Okay, so I'm going to add that to my, actually, I do need to make a note of that because I will definitely forget. I have like a little notepad where I put all of my paints that I want. So when I get to the game store, I can just paint supplies. Okay. So it's the 2.0 blinding light. Janet, thank you so much. Okay. Thank you. I've added that to my list. I'm definitely going to pick that up because that is one thing. That's one thing that I wish I had is like a little bit of a lighter white. This one is a little bit more gray, which in most cases I find it okay. I agree that you need something over the primed white. I just end up using a different color instead of holy white. Yeah, well, now I'm going to pick up when I can get to my local game store. I will pick up that holy white, the blinding light, and be able to try that. That makes sense. That was probably a complaint that they had, is that this one isn't really white, it's more of a gray. Janet, thank you so much for that. You know what I need to do? I need to take some time and look at the 2.0 list of colors and then really determine like what colors I need or want. I like to have variety, right? So that I can have different colors. And I did like that they added additional like browns and greens, right? Because as we were talking about earlier, those are some of the colors that we use most in the games, at least that I paint and play. So being able to have a variety of them is great, to be able to have, you know, brown on brown that doesn't just look like it's all one color. I wanted to just pick up the 2.0, like the full 2.0 set, but it is so expensive that I was like, oh, I think I just have to like, and it has duplicate colors in it. So I was like, I think I just have to pick it up slowly as I go and need colors. Okay. Oh, you also use blinding light. Okay, I need to pick that up. It's on my list. Yeah, because you probably use the blinding light instead, right? I would assume on this one. Okay, I'm gonna let that dry for a minute. We're gonna go on to, I want to go on to the stone and the rock, and this one I think I want to do in like a gray. So for our first guys, we did kind of like a brown, looked like they were kind of on sand rocks. Then for these minis, we did like a darker brown stone. We got to do some dry brushing on that to pop that out. So on these ones, I'm thinking maybe we use like a dark gray and we go with Necromancer's Cloak. And then I like this one as a rock. Do I have, I think on this one. Yeah, this is a mini from the base game, but I just have them as examples. So I think I use this, and then we use, oh, maybe I didn't. Nope, maybe I didn't. Anyways, this is kind of like what I'm looking for or going for, where it is more of like a lighter color, but I think we can get that with the dry brush that we'll put on top. Oh, yes, you did use the blinding light on it. Okay. Yeah, because actually looking at the image that I'm going off of, the fur on the cape probably could have been this holy white, and then the blinding light on the face and the hands. Make it look a little bit different. Alrighty. I like this color. This Necromancer's Cloak. I use it a lot for bases. I'm just doing this part now so then we can do some of the detail of the necklace and the buttons and stuff on the jacket. So anybody that has used the 2.0 paints, is there any other colors that you find are like your favorites or must-haves? Like if I were only, let's say, picking up a couple, would there be any other suggestions that you guys would say? Marie, hi from Sweden. Hi from Canada. Hello. Hope you're having a great Saturday. Yeah, because I just kind of look at obviously what selection my store has when I go there. Any that I've noted on my little notepad of ones I'm interested in picking up. Sometimes if I watch other paint videos, I'm like, oh, I really like that color. I'll note it down and then look for a color like that or similar. And then, as I said, just variety. I just look for variety. Oh, Jane also says you could lightly dry brush the matte white on the face and hands. Yeah, that's a great idea. So when I do the dry brush on the rock, I could also just do a dry brush, which will just lighten up and change it more from like a gray to like an off white, but it will still leave the highlights and shadows like on the recesses, which would be good. Yeah, I can try doing that for sure. Okay. I'll put a dry brush over those to pop up the rocks. And yeah, I think I'll do what Janet had suggested of putting a light dry brush over the face and hands, which will be good. So I'm just gonna do the base of the second vampire as well. And we'll really let this dry before we do that. And we have to dry brush the other ones as well, so we'll be able to do all that at the same time. You like the purple? I know, I really like the purple as well. So we have the purple under, and then we try to do some detail around the edges of the jacket and the cape with the purple, which I think definitely look good. I like the pop of color, right? Instead of just having like a gray and black, Minnie has a little bit of color to it. Okay, done the base on that. So next we're going to do some of the few highlights, only a few highlights on this one. Now I'm not going to use the speed paint metallics on this for my highlights. I'm going to use the Army Painter metallics. We'll use, okay. For the necklace, we'll use Greedy Gold. And then I want to do some detailing on the buttons of the jacket. We'll use this Shining Silver. So I'm going to get both of those out and ready. We'll do kind of both of them at the same time. And these are just for detail, so we don't need a ton of paint. Okay. And I'm just going to get a different brush for my metallics. Okay. Oh, you're gonna start painting the big boy from the box. Okay, so I am not. I am scared as heck. I'm gonna use one of my smaller ones because again, this is just for detailing. So this is a very small brush. Yeah, I'm scared as heck for that. I don't know. There's so much detail in that dragon. It scares me. Okay, so we're gonna go with the necklace first. And I'm just actually gonna follow it up. It'll be easier than trying to determine where it is. Oh yeah, you guys can see that from there. Like it definitely adds a pop. And I'm just going to go on the inside as well. On the inside of both sides. And then there is a chain that's connecting both sides of the cape. So I'm going to do this in that same gold as the necklace. Okay. So then we're going to do the last details on this one, and we're going to, it might be hard to see, but I'm going to try to see if I can show you. So it looks like on the, let's see where we can get, there we go. So it looks like on the arms, there's what, like little dots, and then down the side of the jacket, there's some detailing, some buttons, as well as in the shirt, and then some detailing like on this side here. So I'm going to use the, oh, I didn't even put that out, that shining silver on all of those details. And not a ton, I'm just going to lightly dab on these little dots, almost like spikes. Also on the belt as well. We'll do the same thing on the belt. Okay. And then I'm just going to kind of like, almost like a dry brush, but I'm just going to kind of like brush my brush over some of those details so that I don't have to be so perfect. And same thing around the belt. Those look awesome. Thank you, Jacko. Thank you. I like when the mini itself is kind of basic, but there is some awesome detail that you can add to it. So let's see if you guys can even see some of that. So we've added a little bit of the silver. So depending on the angle it's at, you can see that looking like there's some like spikes on the shoulders of the mini, and then just like around the belt, some details. So okay, we'll do the same thing on the other one. Starting again with the necklace and the medallion. Okay, and then the silver. I'm thinking too about putting a quick wash on the necklace because the necklace has kind of like chain links, and I think that putting a wash on that will really make that pop. Sorry, super focused on this. Oh, I have another idea. I should add a little bit of detail to this sword as well. One quick thing on this side. And then I just forgot the chain that's connecting the cape together. Okay. Alrighty, I'm just going to add a small little detail to the sword as well. Just adds a little bit more detail to that. Okay, so I'll just do the same thing on the other one. Oh, for the sword, you use black for the base and gold for the details. Yeah, that's cool. You could do that. I'll show you in one quick second what I was kind of using as inspiration, and it had brown. Could have had gold details. I'm not sure here. I can't. It's hard to tell by the image, but that's what's fun about painting, right? Everybody can paint it different, and it still looks awesome. All right. So I'll just quickly show you the image that I was using, why mine might look a little bit different. So this image was taken from Dustin, who posted it in our private Discord. So thank you, Dustin. But it looked like the sword was more brown than black, but I also wanted it to kind of contrast the mini, which was a lot more grays and blacks. So that's why I did the brown. But I mean, you can do whatever color you like technically. Okay. So these guys are pretty much done, minus the dry brushing that we're going to do. So I just want to set these guys off to the side and let them dry. Alrighty, and I'm going to look at what else we got going on. I'm going to organize myself a tad. Maybe we'll go with the knights. So there's 4 of these minis. This will give us a chance to try out on the stream some of the speed paint metallics. Okay, let me just get this all sorted out, and then I'll show you the image I have for this one as well, which is what we will use. These guys feel super light. Very, very, very light. Okay. Okay. So let me get the image for this one. So this is kind of what we're going for on this one. It looks like we have the metal on the body, on the sword, and then we have some cloth or robes that are kind of coming through, greens, browns, those kind of colors. So this is kind of going to be my inspiration guide on these ones. Locust for Gaming, hello, hello. These knights gave me Dark Soul vibes. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. So I've definitely painted up knights before, so hopefully this is not too much of a challenge. We can also see that they have like belts that are brown. We have like a change purse to the side. So this one should be fun, and we are going to use some of the speed paint metallics on these so you guys can see what those look like. So there's a couple different ones that we technically could use for this, and we'll kind of talk them through. What I like is in the metallics, they also give you some golds, some metallics for greens, some, let's hold it the right way, some different types of golds and bronzes. So that's part of the metallics, speed paint metallics kit. But for armor, we kind of have 3 colors that we can use that are like silver-ish. Now, I'm thinking for this, based on the image that I'm going on, this is like a shiny metal suit that they're wearing, which kind of makes me think I should go with this polished silver. This one has a little bit more of like a blue undertone in the silver, and then this one is a little bit darker. But I think for what we're going for, I think we go with the polished silver. We could also do the polished silver for the upper body and the sword, and we could go with the more darker silver for the boots, which probably have a little bit more wear and tear on them. But I think for the body, we'll go with this polished silver, and we'll see what that looks like. I don't think I've ever used this color before. I want to really give it a good shake because I have not used this one. Okay. So I'm going to start actually with the sword just so I can see if this is the color that I even like. It'd be easier to remove it if I don't like it. I want to get a bigger metallics brush for this. Just going to go with the size 1. Okay, and I'm just quickly looking at it under the magnifying glass. It's actually a very detailed and cool looking mini. Okay, but we'll do the sword first. Let's see what this looks like and the coverage that it gives us. The metallic speed paints, I find them to be a little bit watery, even more than the regular line. So I try to take that into account. Okay, I think that gave good coverage. I think that's the kind of shining that we would like. So I'm going to go ahead with this one. So we'll put that on the helmet and the upper body, and I'm still going to decide if I'm going to do a different color metal on the boots. Yeah, these knights do definitely give Dark Souls vibes. It's funny. Now, normally when I'm doing a knight or something that's more metal, I will do a black primer or the Zenithal primer because I like the way that the metallics go over dark better. But I wasn't 100% sure what I was doing. So I did ask Rob to prime these all in the white, but it also good for me to be able to see, because again, I haven't used this color before. So to be able to see what it'll look like just like based on a primer, on a white primer will look like. So far I'm actually liking it, so I'm excited to actually to see this with some speed paints because this mini has a lot of cloth and cloaking, right? A lot of knights don't have that. So I'd be curious to see what that looks like in like contrast to each other. I think I'm actually just going to go, I have it out. I'm going to go with the same. I like this. So same will be for the lower half as well. Joe says, two things I've learned today. The mini holders and magnifying glass are game changers. Makes me want to repaint everything. Oh, the magnifying glass game changer, 100%. Mini holders, I mean, I don't paint without them. I like to be able to, like, as you see, like I flip and flop the mini all different sorts of ways within my fingers. So I definitely think that helps. But I mean, before getting the mini holders, I used to use like pill bottles with sticky tack or like wine corks or things like that. So you could use what you have lying around for that. But definitely this magnifying glass, it was brought up on one of my live streams. Someone had mentioned that they did that or they had one and they said like it was so much easier. So we ordered one because again, I also need glasses. So magnifying glass like definitely helps. Magnifying glass with a light even better because then you can paint in like low light and you have the light from the magnifying glass, which is super helpful. But the magnifying glass has definitely been like a huge game changer for me to be able to see all the little details. So that's our metal, which I am really liking this. So I'm going to do the same thing on the other three. Oh, wait, sorry. Looks like we have some down the side here that I'll do first. Locator Gaming says, I use thick dowels and 3M double-sided tape. Yeah, like whatever you have lying around your house, it doesn't have to necessarily be a holder like this. It all works. But yeah, the magnifying glass, definite game changer, at least for me. But I wear glasses, so. Mike, though, my suggestion would be if you did get a magnifying glass, I wouldn't put your minis under it that you've already painted. But I'm just joking because you said you want to repaint everything. Because when I look at mine under the magnifying glass, I'm like, ooh, you can like see all your imperfections. Okay. Yeah, I like that a lot. Okay. Mini number 2. Russell says, do you do a wash over those metallics? I really like the way the strong tone looks over top of them. You can. That's completely optional in what you're looking for. You do not have to, and I don't think I will because I think I really like the shininess. Like based on the image that I'm using, I don't think I will because I'm looking for that really shiny look. Now, you could put a wash over top of it and then dry brush the same kind of color, but you don't need to, and you don't have I don't think I will, because this is kind of the color I'm going for, because I like this shiny bold look. That's a good thing with the speed paints, that it is kind of like a 2-in-1, but you can put wash over if you wanted, like if this wasn't the desired look, you definitely could use the speed paints. Like maybe you wanted more of like a dark, dirty knight, like not wearing like crisp, pristine armor. You definitely can. Yeah, if you want to use it for the more aged look. Exactly, exactly. Now the look I'm going for in this one is not that. It's like shiny, brand new knight. Hasn't been out on the field yet. So for this one we won't, because I like this look.
Okay, we're gonna do the same thing on the bottom half. So the base of this one's going to be really cool. So I'm seeing a bunch of detail on this base. There's like broken arrows and like wood. So that'll be interesting.
The knights, the vampires, and the skeleton poses are the best. Yes, the skeleton ones are sick. I like them a lot. I think those are the ones I'll paint next. The ones that actually scare me the most are the ones that have the bell guy. Because that one is very much like one of the minis from the base game where you had to go underneath. So it was almost like there was two layers to it, which is always a challenge to paint. But yeah, the skeletons look cool. They also have a pop of color as well because I think they have some purple in them. And I haven't really looked too much into the characters and the differences in those stances. So that'll be interesting to look at shortly. And when we do paint them, I'll bring the ones that I previously painted and we can look at the differences in the sculpts. Okay. Another one is done. Need to add more paint. Alrighty. Model number 3.
Definitely keep in mind that the purple color for the skeletons, it is pretty awesome to also use a red splash on the axe to look like blood. Oh, okay. Yeah, see, some of those details I don't usually do, which would definitely really like enhance the game, right? Like putting, hold on. Oh, they did. Okay, I was gonna say, did the other ones have this like spike on that piece of the armor? But it does. Yeah, adding like blood, things like that. Like I have done it in the past when I painted Nemesis. I did do that. But yeah, when I paint these games, I don't ever normally put like blood on the sword or anything unless that is in the image of the character or the mini. I don't usually do that, but I should. That'd be so cool, eh? To add like some blood to the sword or axe. Especially too because I have a blood effect paint, which looks really cool, especially over other colors. Yeah, so I should definitely think about doing that more often of like adding effects. These knights actually also remind me, maybe it's spoilers, maybe I won't say. There's another character that has hidden minis, or another game that has hidden minis in it. And these sculpts kind of remind me of that as well. Okay. One more. Feels so good to make progress through this game. Like, I feel like we've done almost 3 different sets plus this one. So I think by the time we'll see, but yeah, almost like 4 sets of enemies are almost done with only, what did I say, 2 more sets remaining. It's not terrible. Yeah, being able to stream on a weekend and have like unlimited time is definitely helpful. Because during the week after work, I can only start at a certain time. I usually need to work the next day, so I can't stream super late because I have to like wind down and get ready for bed. But yeah, these weekend streams are fun because I can just feel like I'm making progress through the game. Okay, so we just need to do the bottom half of this one. Then we'll be able to move on to something else here. what I'm finding about these metallics is they don't dry that fast, which is great. We need like a tiny drop here. Okay, so we have our metal done for all four. We just need to grab the matte white. There's just like 2 or 3 spots where I accidentally touched that I'm going to quickly fix. And it was mainly on the cloth that's coming out of the helmet. So I just want to go over those. Not bad. Also a good chance to check and see if I missed any areas, or and it looks like in all the other ones I did this part also as metal, so we'll do the same thing on this one. Okay. I'm next going to go with the piece that is coming out of the helmet and the handle of the sword, because they're both going to be roughly the same color. Um, I think I want to go with the, 1 second. Thought I had it out still. No, we're going to actually use this one here. This is Bony Matter. This is not a super dark brown, almost like a tan, and that's kind of like what I'm looking for. Okay. Okay, and I'm going to do the handle the same. Okay, so we'll do the same on the other ones. Okay. Need a little bit more. And one more. Okay. Okay. We can start working on some of the cloth, which the cloth is green. Let me see. No, not that one. This green is an interesting color. Like it's not like it's like an orc skin color. I could maybe go with this. This might be the closest, this algae green. That is the same color that we have on the wrap or on the bow. That might be actually the best color. Just looking if I have something else. I have a very, very dark green, but that's not what I'm looking for. This one I think is too dark. So I think we just go with the algae green. And this is the color that we'll use on all of the cloth. And then the fun part of trying to like get all inside. So there's some detail on the front here, which will be fun. I'm just trying to kind of determine what's what. But I also did forget on this one to do the metal plates on the sides. So I'm just going to quickly do that so then I can actually see like what pieces go where and what colors go where. Okay. So the cloth around the stomach area is the same green. What I'm thinking about doing is going over that and then maybe trying to like pull out any like belts or things using some browns. Yeah, it looks like we got like a change purse, a sword, some other kind of tool.
So that's all the cloth. So we'll use some browns to pick out some of the other details in the front.
I do like with this model though that the cape is raised and some of the handles of the purse and everything, it's raised so you can actually get your brush underneath there, which is very neat.
Okay, another one done.
Alrighty, we have one more, and then we can just do some details on these guys. And then we'll do some basing and some dry brushing on the other ones. And we'll probably call it a wrap after that. Okay, and then just have to do underneath here. Okay. So what I think I'm going to do next, because the base on this one might be hard to see, but there's lots of detail, like you can see like broken arrows and wood along with the brick on the bottom. I think I'm going to do that base so that way I can let it dry while I continue working on the few other details of the sword and the satchel and things like that, then to be able to come back and go over top of those so that we can finish that up. So just trying to think about a base color. And for this, I'm thinking about doing like a gray, the Gravelord gray, because I think that will pop up the other things that are on top of the base. I'm just going to take this and just try to fill in the brick. There's also a piece in the center that kind of looks like dirt. So I'm even thinking about doing that a different color. Or like a grass almost. Maybe like a moss that's like coming through. Okay, and I'll do the same thing on the other ones. Okay. Then I'll be able to let this dry and then go in that center with a different color, some sort of grass or dirt or something. And then we'll be able to do those details. The wood and arrows. Isabel, thank you so much for subscribing to the channel. Welcome. That scared me. Okay, and then do the same thing on the last one. This is also letting all of the green cloth in the front dry. So when we do those details, that should be dry. Oops. Okay. I'm going to use this matte white, and I'm just going to clean up a little bit in the front. There's a little bit where the green that I was using like across the belt definitely went where I didn't want it to go. So I'm just going to clean that up quickly. I think a lot of this stuff in the front is going to be like a brown color. And it would probably go over this green okay, but there's some areas where it definitely like pooled, and I don't want that. Okay. So just quick clean so that we can get this detail done. Okay. And one more of that. Five hours stream till now. Get ready for the 10-hour for the dragon. Oh my god, I feel like the dragon might have to be in like multiple. I have no idea. No idea. But at least in this 5 hour, has it been 5 hours? In this, we've done a bunch of different things. We can go over everything that we did at the end, but I feel like we've done quite a few enemies. So it feels worth it to me. Okay. I'm going to get a brown that we're going to use for like belts and things like that. Going to use dark wood. And we're going to use this for a bunch of different stuff. We're going to use it for the sword. We have the sword in the front. We have what looks like an axe of some sort. We have a couple of pouches. And we have some wood on the base. I think it's not an axe. Looks more like a leather belt to me. I don't know, something that, like, you know, when you have, oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, maybe you're right. Okay, then that's easier. So then we'll do like this. Okay. Yeah, you're right. It looked like, I don't know what you call that, but when it's like the stone is on top of the wood handle, like whatever that, like a mallet kind of thing, is kind of what it was looking like to me. But no, you're probably right. That's easier. And then we're also going to do the pant legs in the same brown. My least favorite thing to do is like underneath where you can hardly see, you can hardly get your brush without making a mess. Trying not to touch like the edges.
Okay. So I just need to do the handle and then the wood I'll actually do right now. Sorry, we'll do that first. And then I'm just going to do a different color on the handle of the sword in the belt. This is the best base on this mini so far of all of them. The other ones have just been like rock piles or stone. This one is cool.
Okay. I'm just going to use this Gravelord Gray actually that I already have out just for this handle. Awesome. So other than that little patch in the middle of the base, this guy is done. So I'm just going to do these same few small details on, whoops. Oh my gosh, there we go. On these other three. Just getting that algae green out just for a small spot that I missed on this one, down this side. Oh my gosh. And then back to the wood and stuff on there. Yeah, I like the detailed base with the broken arrows and the wood pieces. Yeah, it's just not generic like the other ones. Ouch. Did I paint the minis for expeditions? I did not. I did not. How many minis are in that? Hopefully going forward though, like all the minis I paint, you guys will be able to, like I'll do it on stream, unless something's like super urgent. Now that we have the setup, we can just go live and paint whatever. Oh, 5 or 6? No, I didn't. I don't know when he needs them by. He might not be worried about it if I'm in the middle of this one, but I can. All right, another one is done. All 5 of them? I mean, depending on when he needs them by. Oh, he doesn't need them painted, not worth the effort. Okay. Well, maybe it's a game that we're gonna play like a ton. Oh, the game comes with colored bases, so yeah, that's definitely helpful. You'd only need one metallic color for each mini Rob paints tomorrow. Oh, is that right? Tomorrow we can't. Tomorrow we're busy, but that's funny. Or are they just kind of like mechs? That'd be funny though if uh turn on the stream for like a Mel's painting and Rob was sitting here painting. Oh, just Rusted Mechs? Oh, okay. All right. One more, and then we can, oh, I gotta do, sorry, never mind, I gotta do the logs on the bottom. One more, and then we can do some dry brushing on the other ones, and we are done. One steel metallic, one brass metallic. Okay, well, we'll see if Rob plays it a second time or if we play it together or something. Maybe we'll have it painted before then. All right, and last one. Oh, it's okay. Game will go straight to the bin. We'll see. I haven't played it, so I don't know. See if Rob likes it. I know for anybody that paints minis, it must hurt, eh? If you paint, spend all that time, the money and everything on first buying the game, then painting the game, then you like barely play it, or you get rid of it. only paint bangers. I know, but how do you know? How do you know it's going to be a banger, like, and that you're going to play it a ton? Like, the example for us, I guess, would be like Oathsworn. Like, everybody thought, oh, that's going to be huge. It's going to be hot. Everyone's going to love it. I painted as much of it as we've played, but I mean, not every game is a hit. And sometimes you have to start playing it to know that. And sometimes you'll even paint it before you play it, right? So then you have no idea. You're just kind of going on like word of mouth of other people, I guess. I guess also that's what like the secondary market is for. You can sell your games. I'm sure as well that people pay a slight premium if a game is painted. So glad you didn't paint all of it. I know, and that was the thing that I was discussing was like painting all of it before we even played, or like getting like farther ahead than we were. But Rob kept saying like, oh, like just paint what we need, so we would play, then we would know, okay, we need box 2 or whatever. Okay, paint that one. So it's like half painted. I think I painted like all the characters and then whatever bosses we played. And then some of the ones that are generic that like came up in different scenarios. Jacko, thank you so much. To be honest, today I'm just trying to get through, or in my head I was like trying to get through as many as I could so that we can really take our time when we're painting the characters. And the dragon, the boss. So I thought if I can get through a bunch of these enemies, then when we get to the dragon, we can really take our time. We're not going to feel rushed. But I think I'm almost done anyways for today. These guys are pretty much done now. I'm thinking actually about using the same blue that I used for the arrows on the wraiths that we did earlier, because that would be kind of like a little homage, right? Using the blue. So it's like the same arrows from these guys that are broken at the feet of these guys. So for that one, we used the magic blue. So we'll use that. The magic blue. Okay, and then I'm going to do Jackal. Thank you so much. Donated $9.99 to the channel. Awesome work today, Rob. I'm doing my part. Jackal, thank you so much for the support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate that. Forgot also to do the handle of this sword. Did I do it on all the other ones? Yes, yes, yes. Okay. So we'll use that. We'll use that magic blue just on those arrows. I think that'll be funny. Only people that are watching through the paint series will probably even know that that's an homage to that. Micah, thank you so much. Yeah, it's truly mind-blowing to me how much time and effort you put into it. Looks amazing, by the way. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I mean, even if I wasn't streaming, this is the same time and effort I put in. Mind you, I think that it might be slightly off, maybe like slightly less time because of like chat time and like stream time adds like a tiny bit, you know, where I'm talking to the chat or like taking a break or like letting things dry for a second. But I definitely am a slow painter. Hopefully we'll get faster with time. Yeah, that's cute. I like that. Sorry, hard to see those, but our little homage to our other minis that we painted today. Imagine it would be much longer without speed paints. Yes, 100%. 100%. Because with these speed paints, I don't usually put a wash on unless I'm trying to like change the look of it. So I feel like it definitely speeds it up. Hence the name. And I think that's why they're so popular. Because it saves time. Especially these games that we get that have so many minis in it. So Yogi's talking about a game that has like 5 minis. Most of them don't. Most of them have a ton. Like 20 plus, right? I don't even actually know how many this game has. But I guess, yeah, this is for, because I don't paint all the minis on stream. This is the behind the scenes, right? This is what I do for like all the games that we play. But now it's going to be fun to be able to do that live with you guys. Okay, one more. Just need to do one more. And then we'll do, I'm thinking to make a green patch in the middle of that. I think that'll be fun, kind of like a grass or something that's coming through the stone, like, you know, like weeds. Because I don't want to use browns again. We have lots of browns on this. Okay. I'm anxious to see Army Painter's next line. I heard it has like 250 colors sorted in blocks of 6, all yellows, tinted blues, all reds, tinted blues, etc. Oh, I had not heard of that. And that is very cool. Very cool. Yeah, so I'm going to use this Absolution Green just in that middle patch on all 3 of these. That's probably too much, but that's okay. I just think that'll be kind of cool. And then after this, we'll be able to get some dry brushing of the other ones that we kind of have offset to the side. Okay. Yeah, I am liking that. I love how detailed this base is on this one. Like, I'm sad that they didn't do this with the other ones. Yeah, I really like that. Okay, perfect. Oh, Yogi, thank you so much. I don't think this one popped. If it did, I did not hear it. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Thank you for Mel's Coffee, in brackets, not for Rob. Alrighty.
Thank you so, so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Again, the support that you guys are giving through the paint streams is definitely going to go back into this setup and upgrading the equipment that we have in this setup. So thank you so, so much for the support. I appreciate it more than you know. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Doug, hello, hello. Yeah, Jacko says, I didn't even notice the detail on the base when you started. Yeah, the detail on this base is awesome. There's no detail in the other ones, which is kind of sad. Yogi, there it is. Thank you so much. Thank you again. Thank you, thank you. And he says, looks great. I like the metallic paint too. Yeah, I like the choice that we've done on this one. And I think that the metallics really work. Like they're like shiny, they're popping. I like it. Oh yeah, Rob says Yogi Mel doesn't drink coffee, so joke's on you. No, I don't drink coffee, you're right. But I think we were talking about that Yogi this morning because Yogi was having his ultra super black coffee. I drink tea only. No coffee. All right. But seriously though, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Again, sport's going to go back into the stream and the setup, so we really appreciate it. We all know coffee is in your dip your paintbrush. We all know coffee is to dip your paintbrush in. I mean, at this point, it probably looks like coffee, or I don't know, something even worse. Okay, one more on this one. Okay. So that's the base in more detail. We just need to do a black ring around the bottom. Okay. Oh,
Sorry, interruption.
oh,
So
hold on.
these are the minis. Hey everybody. So these are the scythe minis.
Okay.
Yogi's saying you just can paint with just metal, but I only need, like, you can look at these. I think they're really detailed. I don't know if you just slap like one metallic paint on them and they're done. That I feel like that gives it a disservice. There's like super nice. And to play solo, you'd need 3 of them.
Mm-hmm.
And then if we were to play, we'd only need 2 of them.
Oh.
So
Oh, so you need more when you play by
unless we
yourself.
play with Kyle, then we just need 3.
Okay.
It goes up to 5 players.
Oh, I see, I see.
All of them look sick, and I would love everyone painted. But if you were gonna paint these kind of minis, I'd rather you paint Scythe. But then there's like
Yeah.
1,000 in that game. But they're already colored in that game, right? So
Yeah.
you don't need to. But these ones they made it so you need to, kind of. But they have the bases. So if
When are you playing this?
on Monday,
Oh.
that's why I'm like, don't worry about it. But if what Yogi's saying is true, and I don't know if it is because I'm no painter, but like, would you feel like you're not committing a crime by putting just one metallic paint coat on this? Like, like look at this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's why I didn't prime them or anything. Because I looked at them, I'm like, it could take you a while to paint them really nice. and then we only play with them like 3 or 4 times, like
Right,
max.
right.
And then it's like that's kind of a waste. But if you slap one speed paint metallic color on it, does that really make it look that much better? Or does then it look like you just ruined the miniature? And you
Well,
could have taken more time on it,
like
I don't know.
the metal on there is the similar speed paint color I would use.
Yeah,
Like that's
yeah.
like, and that's just by
But I
itself.
just don't know like what are
And
they
then maybe a
supposed to look
wash
like.
on it, and then maybe even like a dry brush of like a rust.
Like look at these things. But like I don't know if that's worth the effort, like worth the time.
So
Because they
then,
look like very elaborate, like they're very cool, but it's like I would want you to like take your time and make them look like really nice and detailed, not just like
slap it
slap one
on.
color on and it's like, okay, yeah, that looks better than gray, but
Yeah.
kind of a waste.
So I think what I would do with this is after today's stream, I'll look at, I'm sure there's images and stuff
A
of like
black wash,
even
like Jane is saying, would be nice too. Like if you never plan on painting them, yes, like doing the whole like
like a sun drop.
sun drop, quote unquote, like putting a black wash on it, like the old dunking
Yeah,
you
yeah,
used to do, like way back in the day.
yeah.
Um,
But I think if I was going to do that, I would at least put the metal on it first and have the metal
yeah,
and then the
yeah.
wash and then like do like a dry brush and then on it
Look at
and then
this
a dry
guy.
brush of like some of the metal.
Like, these are sick. Like I do love them. They are nice. I just wish the game was as nice as the minis. Oh, zing!
Oh, spoilers.
Oh, it's fine. The game is fine. We'll talk more about it on Monday, but
So, okay, here's what I'm thinking.
it's no sight.
I want to look at the images from the book and then any images online and see kind of like what they're
But like
intended
you
to
don't have
look
time
like.
to do it by Monday, so that's the problem.
Now, here's the thing. I will potentially, after we come home tomorrow,
Yeah, I know.
if
So I just
it's
want to show you
easy.
because I know
So,
Yogi's like, oh, just slap a color on them. It's like, I don't know if I'd feel good about just slapping a color on that. That looks super nice, but again,
I mean,
it's okay.
even if it had the metal and the wash, it's still going to look
Yeah,
good.
I just
So,
want to show you, and also
no,
like
that's good.
input from people watching too, who know more about this stuff.
Yeah, so what I'm thinking about doing is
Okay.
is possibly if after I look at it, if I feel like I can do it in an evening, then I can pop one up tomorrow. Like pop a stream up when we get home tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
But we'll see. That'll be kind
I
of
can
the,
always move my stream too. Like if it was like these look super fun and you wanted to paint them, like
I mean, they do look sick, but
yeah, but it's like I don't know. By the time
Okay.
we played a couple times, we'll like move on to another game, and it's like
I know. But that's like what we're talking about. Like that's
yeah.
anything, right?
it's like
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So, sorry, where was I at here? Okay. So we could have an interruption in the descent to paint some Expedition minis tomorrow, but I'm going to do some research on them first and then see if it's possible. Yeah, the metallic speed paints over a white look decent. Yeah, and that's what this is here. I have different color metallics. So again, I have, where did I put them? Did I put them back in here? I have that silver polish is the one I just showed you. And then just let me turn them so you guys can see all the names. I have this more that's like a bronze. It's a little bit of a darker. We have steel color. On this side, we have, these ones are more golds and stuff, but we could even use, for example, like the bronze or the copper in some areas, like almost like it's dripping down, around bolts and things. So it's definitely possible. We can definitely make it look sick, probably. Anything's better than the gray plastic too, right? So I think it's possible. Okay, sorry. So we have these 6 minis that are done, minus, I just want to do a dry brush on all of the bases of them. Well, you can't even see because of their capes, but like these guys, we just did on the stone, but I want to do a quick dry brush on those and then on these ones. And then we'll just do the ring around all of these bases and then we're pretty much ready to go for that. So I just need to grab behind me here. I have some paper towels that are fresh so that we can do some dry brushing because my other ones are wet. And I'm going to do a couple different colors, I think. I like to use the ash gray. I don't like to use like necessarily solid white when I'm doing bricks or stone. And we might use a little bit of the matte white as well, a little bit like on the very tippity top. So we'll use this ash gray first. Oh, this one is clogged as well. I need to clean some of these out. Okay. Okay, get some dry brushes out. So again, I just use like makeup brushes, which is from the dollar store. I find they get ruined sometimes too. Like I cannot, for some of them, get the colors out. So I don't mind getting like a pack for $1 and then just throwing them away every now and again and just grabbing another set. So I'm going to use this one, nice and fluffy. Okay. I'm just going to put some paint on the brush and then rub almost all of it off. And build it up. Sorry, let me just do one at a time. And I probably actually should use a base so that I can control what I'm doing. This brush actually might be too big for this one, but we'll see. We were also on these guys going to do a little bit of the white. Even this gray might not be bad, but I think the white on the face and the hands. Because again, we were talking about the holy white being kind of grayish looking. So just add a little bit of a dry brush on there, just kind of popping out some of the stones, but I might need to use the smaller one as well. Kind of be a 2-brush process because I can't get underneath as well with this. This one's not going to work. It's too hard. Okie dokie. Yeah, we're going to just go with this one here. There's no blue in it. It's just that I can't get that coloring out. And this we're just going to use to get underneath where I can't reach with the other brush. Okay. And I like it because it doesn't have to be perfect, right? Because when like rocks and stones and that are not perfect. I'm going to do under with this one as well and then switch to that bigger, fluffier one. Charlotte, hello, says slow to join, but those look great. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. we'll do a quick like recap in a few minutes. Like these ones are almost done. Just have to do some rings around and like some final touches on some of these. So we'll bring them all on. We'll show what we did in the stream today if anybody wasn't here before or missed any pieces of it. I think I need to do more white on this one, not so much gray on the browns. I think too, once we put the ring around it as well, it definitely will make it like finished. Yes, dry brush is so good to hit the highlights and stuff. Yes, I agree. And I like it too because with a dry brush, you can kind of go with it as much or as little as you want. Right? Like you can take as much time as you want with it, build things up slow. It's not something where you have to spend like a ton of time if you don't want to. But again, these bases are so boring compared to the other ones, so just adding a little bit of dry brush will hopefully add a little bit of like texture to it. Okay, and just one more of that. Okay, now the only last thing is for these guys, I'm just going to do a quick dry brush on the face and the hands. We're just trying to make the face look not so gray. It's actually kind of cool because doing that, it's putting some dry brush into the front of the hair, making it look a little also more natural. The hands aren't so bad, it's the face that I'm more worried about. But I think that definitely helps a little bit. I'm gonna add just a little bit more. You can see like even like on like where the eyebrows are and the nose. And hold them both together so you guys can see if you can tell a difference. I think I can. Oh, it's hard to focus them on both at the same time. But definitely like softens it a little bit, which is good. Looks better actually in person than it does when I hold that up like that. Okay. So last thing that we need to do is just the quick black ring around all the ones that we did today, and then we're good to go. So what I'll do, because it's harder to hold it up when I have the paint around the ring, is before I do each one, I'll just kind of hold it up for you guys so you can see and then put it down. I'm just going to use a matte black around the base. Okay, and we'll just go with the guys that we were just doing. So these are our vampires. Okay, and then maybe what we'll do, because we're wrapping it up, is we'll be able to just kind of pile them up. And then we have our vampire number 2. Same. There was 2 of them in this set. Yeah, their cape turned out interesting, eh? Yeah. Now there's more that you can do with like highlighting and like all that with the cape, but I liked it. I know, nothing like a good crisp black ring around the base to make your OCD relax. I know, right? Doesn't it just like finish up the mini? I don't know. So nice. I agree. It's bad because I always just paint black along the base just out of habit. And then we'll look and be like, oh, we could have done them by color, like for Gloomhaven or Frosthaven, for example. It's like, oh, we should have done it based on like the color that they are. And then I gotta fix it. But yeah, it does feel nice. It's like that finishing touch, right? Of like, I'm done. Done my black ring and now I'm done. Okay, so we got our 2 vampires. We got our wraith. We got 4 of these ones that we did. And again, these ones we didn't start fresh today with. We did have a few things that we had started these guys with on the previous stream. So we just finished these guys up. The vampires we started fresh. Do you have a glossy or matte varnish to seal? Yes, we do. We have both, I believe. So depending, oh, there's one little spot here. Depending on the mini and kind of the style we're going for, we have both so that we can seal them up nice. We don't have to worry about like our oils and stuff from our fingers as we're playing with them. So yeah, we will varnish them. Usually Rob will varnish them all at once. So once I've done like the whole game, he'll then varnish the whole thing. Okay. Oops. Got it on the rock, but that's fine. Okay. So we have 4 of these. And then the other ones that we did today on stream was our knights. These ones we did fully on stream as well. And there's 4 of these ones. So I will, again, oops, sorry, do the black ring on these 4 as well. Matthew says, I just woke up from a nap. What did I miss? I don't know. But you can see on the screen what we have accomplished today. We're just finishing up by adding our black ring around the base on everything we did today. I feel like we got a lot done. We have 2 more enemy sets, a total of 6 enemies. One has 4 enemies in the set, one has 2. So we'll be able to start those in the next Descent paint stream. Then I'm just going to think if I'm going to go from there to the dragon or if I'm going to go from there to the characters. I'm going to think on that. But I don't necessarily need the characters done right away. We probably need the dragon done right away because knowing FFG, it comes in like the first or second scenario, just with less health than normal. I mean, Matthew, I don't think you really missed much because I don't know when you left, but pretty much you missed watching the paint dry, I guess. Charlotte says, playing with your kids as much as you can. I started playing Hero Quest with my son when he was young, and now he's 40 plus, and we're currently playing Frosthaven. I now beg him to play with me. You know what? That's funny, right? Because kids, when they're younger, They love to play games. They love to be involved. And then they hit a certain age and then they're like, I don't really care anymore. But yeah, for sure. Take advantage while they're interested in playing. And when they're kind of at that age where you can kind of like force them to play with you. And then you just, I guess, hope that once they get older, hopefully they just enjoy it and want to join you because they enjoy games. Yeah, and creating memories. That's very true, right? That's very true. Michael R says, you mean the part where Rob stuck his arm on screen and flexed his bicep? I don't think he flexed, did he? Maybe he did. I am interested to paint those, so I'm thinking that if that is the case, then you may see a stream pop up where I paint those expedition minis, or at least the 3 that he needs. But if so, it would be tomorrow after dinner, or like late afternoon, like 6-ish p.m. our time, my time, Eastern. I've not been here for 8 hours, have I? I don't know. Nowhere's counting that I can see. No. Isn't it only like 6? Which, that's not shocking. We stream for that long some days. I just started slightly earlier than when we're streaming a board game. Okay. Mel's the best. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. So these are the minis that we have finished on stream today. That feels satisfying. And then these ones we had also done, but in a previous stream. But this is now what we have so far ready for us to play. Oh, never mind. I pulled up the stream 2 hours before you started. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you. You were waiting. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so this is what we have ready. This is awesome. So as I said, I have 2 more enemy sets, 6 more enemies, a set of 4 and a set of 2. The next Descent stream, we'll start working on those. And then from there, I'm going to decide if I'm going to go to characters or if I'm going to go to Big Dragon. I'm still unsure at this point, actually, what I'm going to do. So I don't know, but that was a lot of fun. Thank you so much. Thank you for the kind words. That was a lot of fun. I feel like we haven't done a stream like that in a really long time where we just kind of spend the afternoon painting. I was thinking about streaming till about 5 p.m. my time. It's 5:22, so that's pretty much what I had in mind. And I really wanted to get through a couple of the enemy sets so that we can kind of get ahead and get this started. Once we are ready, based on other games that we're playing with Kyle, we'll be able to get this to the table sooner than later. Again, thank you guys so much for the kind words. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out with me all afternoon. That was so much fun. Your support, thank you very much, has been outstanding. I can't even thank you guys enough for the super chats, the gifted memberships. We got a couple of new subs in the stream today. So thank you. I really appreciate it. Again, the support is going to go back into this stream
and upgrading the equipment and everything that we're using in this little painting area. It's been really fun to get this painting back on the channel, and I definitely look forward to continuing, as we may have one that pops up tomorrow with the Expeditions game. We'll see. But I'm not sure if it's scheduled. Our next descent is scheduled on the channel right now, but look for that early in the week next week. Now demand a massage from Rob. No, I'm okay. I don't hurt or anything. It's fine. So yeah, so thank you so much again for like keeping me occupied while we painted through the game today. And I look forward to painting through many more games on the channel with you guys. If this is something that you guys are interested in watching as just a place to hang out and paint if you want, ask questions if you have any, or if you're interested in painting, a place that you can be with like-minded people, where painting is a huge part of the hobby. So it's nice to be able to have like a group of us that can just kind of hang out and either paint together, talk about painting, or whatever we want to talk about. So thank you guys so much. Keep an eye out for more paint streams. I believe that Rob also has scheduled some streams for himself later or next week. So look on the channel for those. I know that there were some jokes about there was no streams scheduled except for this one. So check the channel. There's definitely some streams scheduled and more definitely to come. Again, thank you so much for the donations today, the super chats, the gifted memberships. Can't say thank you enough. And I look forward to seeing you guys in my next paint stream. So have a great weekend, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye.